Hello, Grim. I need exalted orbs so bad. I could go use the ones. Actually, I don't even know how many I had left. I think I used a bunch of them. Oh, I got some. I really want to swap over to this armor because it's like an actual armor. And at least for right now, armor is like of some use to me because monster damage isn't like kind of crazy yet. But I would need to get like just a few more stats on it to like really make sense. I had the thought where it was like, oh, I want to go hybrid armor energy shield so I actually have something. And I realized my character is dumb as shit. Travel to Camaro Wetlands. I have to find the Trial of Chaos. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, I guess let's go do the trial. I did a little bit of progression in Act 3. I got through like 4 quests. I was like, I'm just gonna get to Cruel. I'm just gonna get to Cruel, and then when I start streaming on Monday, I'll already be in Cruel, and people won't have to worry about it. And then I'd get in, and I was just like, oh, these maps. Yo, what up, Raven? I also want to mess around with. Oh, so this is like. So I assume it's right there is perfect. Yeah, that's gotta be perfect. Huh. How much damage does it do just off the rip? It hitting for 191 base is actually kind of good. Like just hitting this?
Missed.
Oh, you can actually kind of use it. It only hits a single target though. Versus, yeah, the knockback is pretty sick. It gains up to that amount of, okay. I do want to mess around with this on a boss because I haven't messed around with it. Yeah. What up, Bera? Let's watch a 50-hour Cruel playthrough. Nah, Cruel goes faster than the base campaign, I felt like. But we have to get into Cruel today.
I knew it.
Also, what I've started doing, and like I can show you this here. Hold what? So I put on the when you break armor, explode onto armor breaker. So just like pop. Yeah, that does just a whole heaping amount. And then if it leaves anything alive, it typically puts them into stun primed, and then you immediately bone shatter. And I've been doing this over rolling slam. It just seems like a lot better.
Become dead.
Did I see the awkwardness of Diablo 3? The season just ended. Oh, I had not. Did that happen? Oh, you know what it is? I can't speak for all of the teams, but most of the teams have been away on vacation. So I'm wondering if there was a lack of a like if they missed the window for when they meant to put something out. That's pure speculation. I don't know, but also I'm drinking a coffee today, which is not something I typically do. But I saw that they had a new syrup, because you know at Dunkin' Donuts all coffees are actually just syrups in a regular coffee, which is what makes them so like heinously, disgustingly bad for you. But they had a new syrup.
Since your previous attempt.
Well, that's a pretty good little one-hander. Added fizz, ED, enhanced fizz, AR. Light radius, huge, absolutely insane. Projecting runes will appear, they'll call deadly lightning. If you stand to them, globules of blood tracking you when above you and they fall, dealing physical damage. We'll do the blood globules. Those are pretty easy to get away from.
Masses before you.
The blaspheme coffee charge. Well, did you see they added lava cake? And I wanted to know what lava cake syrup tasted like. And might I just say, I showed up and I was like, hey, what's the deal with lava cake? Is it good? And the guy was like, yeah, it's good. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take a lava cake coffee. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure. And it wasn't good, in fact. It, in fact, was not good. It just tastes like weird burnt coffee. But overly sweet. So basically 10 out of 10 experience, would do it again. Because the other cool part about using Armor Breaker as my stun starter, because I am using stun build up totem as well. But the cool part about using it this way is that it also breaks their armor, obviously, right? And breaking their armor is nice because it sets you up for Sunder. It's not tops. Like, now obviously, like, the coffee you're gonna get out of dunks is like 50-50 over, you know, overcooked fucking coffee. And the Boston does come out when we're talking about coffee. I don't know how else to do it. Leave me alone. But like I'm drinking this coffee. I'm like, wow, that is a burnt bean, and what I can only describe as too much sugar for an adult to be consuming. That is how I would describe the experience I'm currently having. Fuck me. But still pretty good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Am still drinking it. There is nothing worse than like taking your coffee and swirling it for what I can only describe as 48 hours straight. And then, how do I leave? Oh. How cool, man. I wish this had like an indicator or something. That'd be pretty chill. And you swirl it and you swirl it and you swirl it and you swirl it until the very clear syrup at the bottom has been dissolved into the coffee, and it's now just a very kind of just mud brown color. And then you drink it and you just get a mouthful of purely undissolved granulated sugar. And you're like, fuck, where did I go wrong? You're like, where did I go wrong? How did I get here? When did I also, this is full of an iced tea because I got an iced tea to start because that's what I normally drink. I drink a green iced tea. It's a Lipton's packet green iced tea. It tastes like nothing because it is, you know, too little tea and too much water. And it tastes like absolutely nothing. And it's great.
They adapt to your assault.
And I got my tea. And I'm walking away and it says lava cake. Now, if you've never had a Domino's lava cake, you haven't lived like a full adult life. I don't think. I don't think you've made the right combination of decisions in your life to be considered an adult. I don't think you should be able to vote. And that's just kind of where I'm at in my walk with Jesus. Let's go kill this Triceratops, because I think it's awesome that they put a Triceratops in the game. And dude, Domino's lava cakes are in fact the tits. There's no way around it. They're good hot, they're good cold. Next time you get one, here's what you do. And it makes you feel less gross for ordering Domino's. Here's what you do. Okay, the lightning. With the lightning though, can we talk about the lightning? Here's what you do though. I'm about to save your life. With the lightning, can we have a conversation about this? What is happening over here, guys? With the lightning. But here's what you do. You order the lava cakes. It comes with 3 lava cakes. We all know this. We all know this because we all order the lava cakes every time we get Domino's. Because why are you eating Domino's if you're not getting the lava cakes? Simple question. You know? The lightning Triceratops too. So, here's what you do. It comes with 3 lava cakes. What you do is, You only eat one of the lava cakes. You eat one lava cake. That's all you eat. Why are you only eating one lava cake? Because you put the other 2 lava cakes in the freezer. Keep up with me, okay? I'm not gonna be able to hold the door open forever if this isn't immediately apparent why this is gonna be the best decision you've ever made. Here's what you do. You treat yourself to 1 lava cake each day for the next 2 days. Okay? You take it out of the freezer and you eat it like a fucking Smuckables. Y'all remember Smuckables? You eat it like a Smuckables. Oh, no. Uncrustable. That's what it's called. Smuckable would have been a better name. I think we can all agree on that. But you eat it like an Uncrustable. Oh. There are few things in this world as gratifying as taking a Domino's lava cake out of your freezer and eating it like a big Pop-Tart. Just like a big Uncrustables. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my god, why am I not doing that right now? If you're going to ruin your life, based off of your diet, and you're already going to make terrible, terrible decisions with the temple that is your body, your one ticket, your one Mario life, no re-ups, no reset, no more quarters to continue, and you're not putting your other 2 lava cakes into the freezer, and then over the next 2 days treating yourself to one when you get back home from work like a big frozen Pop-Tart because you've been a big, good worker boy and you deserve it, what are you doing with your life? It's so good. Oh, what is a lava cake? A lava cake is this little like toasted like chocolate cake with a molten center that Domino's sells. Oh my god, it's so good. Is this a belt with light res as an implicit? Holy shit. Yes, I would like that.
I've never tested this on anyone before.
How we doing, everybody? Yo, what up, Bacterial? Yo, Bacterial legit called me out on Reddit today. I was trolling through Reddit, and I haven't been as active on Reddit because not as much stuff has been happening because, the season's, 3 months in, nobody's really doing stuff. But, and this is why I really think that people who want to participate in the conversation about like what the player base does and does not do, and how games need to tailor to the players and get good and all this, go read the fucking subreddit, because there are really people out there with like fairly innocuous questions about like how shit works and like what you should expect and how you should go about handling stuff, and because it's not obvious. So you go in and you go answer. Can I? Hello? 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 What was that? I'm not lying to y'all. I'm just holding up and it won't let me move half the time. What is happening over here? Aww. Hello, game? Wait, so how do I... Hold on, how do I bring the Val forward there? What? What's that switch for? How do you want me to handle that, game? Wasn't that very, very interesting? That was fun that did that. What up, Hush? How you doing? Wall? So I put the big wall, but the wall didn't. Why'd the wall stop me from walking away from the wall? That's pretty magic. That is a magic way for the game to interact with me. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's also cool. Hey, monsters. Going to be really intrigued to see how many of the old D4 streamers move back from PoE when Season 7 starts. Oh, you should assume the vast majority. Like, unless people don't play Diablo 4, anybody who was playing Diablo 4 before is going to be playing Diablo 4 again. I think a lot of people, and I'm not saying this is you, based off of like how people have asked me like whether or not I will even be playing this season, I think there is possibly a misunderstanding in the community of people who watch content creators that people are like now done with their core game because another ARPG in the space has come out, which I find very, very interesting. And maybe it is not immediately obvious, but basically, unless people like hate it, which is a thing that could exist, right? There could be people who are never Diablo 4 players and hate Diablo 4. Unless people hate it, most people in the ARPG space would like to be able to play and make content for every game in the space. That's the dream. That is the dream of people who stream in the genre, is that people would be happy with you to both make the content, but also watch the content from all of the games. That's what people would like to do. I was thinking PoE 2 might be fresh enough that streamers would take Season 7 up, but that's just it. PoE isn't a game that just came out. It's an early access that has now been like fairly plumbed. How's Bonk going? Bonk is... it's going. When is the new season coming? We should get some more info today, I believe. But new season should be, what is it, like the 18th?
So early.
I forget exactly which day. 21st? That also makes sense.
Drown in a sanguine flood.
So, but yeah, if you were like, unless you were experiencing so much success in PoE 2, where it would be like financially destabilizing for you to
woo friendship
to play Diablo 4. 52? What's 52? Oh, Trev with the 52 months? Oh no. Oh, Big Bad Bird. Oh, we don't like Big Bad Bird. Big Bad Bird does bad attacks that we do not much enjoy.
Destruction!
Oh, fuck. Okay.
What is it doing?
Oh, right, and then it summons Bad Man. We kind of wish Big Bad Bird was almost anybody else right now. Yeah, because of this attack very specifically. Huh. Get out of there. Okay, we killed Bad Man. Oh, that's cool. My character was willing to swing at a target it was too far away from to hit. That's pretty cool of my character to do, I'll be honest with you. Oh, Big Bird sucks so bad. Oh, man. Oh, the warrior experience is without a doubt, I think, the worst experience you can have to start off this game. Pretty, that's like a pretty lukewarm take, I would say. It's rough. Do you know when the developer is going to say something like new patch or patch notes or hey guys, we're still alive? I think today, Rodrigo. They are just now getting back from vacation. Yo, thank you, Hush. I appreciate it. Trev, thank you very much for the 52 months. Woo friendship. That is, in fact, true. If you would like to have my friendship, all you must do is for 4 years in 4 months, faithfully give me 50% cut pre-tax from a subscription to Twitch, and sometimes also do moderator stuff for me. Well, the vast majority of the time. But luckily, we don't have to do too much in this space. So, like, basically, you're welcome for that. But if you'd like to be my friend, that's all you gotta do. It comes along with, like, 2 benefits. That's about it.
Your merits.
I will carry the wisdom of the vow.
Approach the altar and receive Chaos's blessing.
Hushed. I'll go ahead and let you know. I don't know how I survived that. I don't think I should have. And that's not like a, damn, I'm good at this game. I mean, quite literally, I don't know how my character did that. I think the first trial is fairly easy. That's the only way I think that happened. That bird, because you run this again when you're going for your next ascension, that bird sucks. Like, capital S-U-C-K sucks. It's so bad. I hate that fight. I don't know how I'm going to do it later on either, but, you know, here we are. Love your critique video the other day. The endgame punishment is something I sympathize with. Not even Dark Souls punish you that hard, which is something crazy to think about. It really is, Gage, and thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you resonated with it. Yeah, but no joke, dude. Like, Dark Souls is an easier game to interact with than the endgame mapping system of Path of Exile. I sincerely believe that should give people pause. And not like cute furry ones, you know? Got my Val Orb. I really don't want these transmutation shards, if I'm being quite honest with you. Big Bird has really let himself go. What up, Morin? Look, Big Bird's trying his best or something. All right, so we did our ascension. That was fairly easy. Now let's talk about it. We could go Warcry. We just don't have a good Warcry yet. We could also go break enemy armor lower than 0, which I think is more valuable than answered call. And I think we should respec. Because this is a direct multiplier of your damage. 1% below armor is a 1% multi, and you can break armor to their starting armor. Hold on. How does this work in the equation? Oh, hey, boss. You're so right. Hey, you're not bothering me. I just immediately forget things. Bacterial. No, I am. So, hey, I desperately... Hey, I'm just going to have a quick little conversation with somebody with no context. I have bad brain and don't remember things the moment that it goes away from my brain. I think people call it object permanence. I think it has something to do with ADHD. I don't have a diagnosis, so I'm not going to claim that. But, the worst part about it is I don't know when I have forgotten something, so I can't act on it or work on it. It's very bad. All right, back to our conversation with everybody. How does... What up, Srock? How does negative armor... How does the armor... Negative armor in Path of Exile... How does this work in the equation? Because the equation for armor is actually, like, fairly straightforward. Armor, BR calculation, PoE. Because the equation is like chance to hit in Diablo 2. Yeah, so your DR value is equal to your armor value over armor plus 5 times damage. So this is why armor works better the less damage you do and works worse the more damage you do, as opposed to having an amount that it reduces incoming damage by. Why? Because more damage means it overcame more of your armor, which makes sense if you only consider damage a weapon hitting a piece of armor, and how hard it hits is how much damage it deals. But that realization of armor doesn't take into account the fact that defense in tabletop RPGs are actually a measurement of how hard it is for you to be hit in a way that would deal damage, not damage overcoming your armor. Like, having a high chance to hit doesn't mean you have a high damage value. It's one of the things that most people struggle with initially when attempting to understand armor class in tabletops, but it's because you tend to think of big hit goes through armor more, and that's why strength can factor into your chance to hit, but dexterity can also factor into your chance to hit, which is your ability to move between the plating of armor and successfully deal damage. So it's actually a measurement of effectiveness of applying damage with the weapon that you have, which is not the same thing as doing more damage. But we'll have a damage value, we'll have an armor value, and then we'll have a DR value. And this is why it's really hard for this to be valuable, because you can't not only can you not modify how much damage the attacker does in most cases, but this also means that the only limits that really exist are the literal coded limits of what is the highest damage an attack can do, what is the highest armor value you could theoretically have. So if your damage is 1,000 and your armor is 1,000 and DR is equal to your armor divided by your armor multiplied by 5 times the damage right, because it's armor divided by armor. Oh, it's armor plus. I was about to say that'd be pretty hilarious. So if the incoming damage matches, the incoming armor, or if your armor matches the incoming damage, you have 16% damage reduction versus it. To prevent 1/3 of damage, your armor needs to be 2.5. So if this was... Okay, yep. Just want to make sure that the calc is already correct. Want to prevent half the damage, you have to do 5 times it. Right? Yes, because if it is the same and you're doing 16%, to reduce half of it, you have to get the top half. You have to get your armor to be equal to 5 times the damage, because then that's your armor over armor plus armor. So that's 1/2. That makes sense. And 3/4, you need to have 15 times. Yep. Yep. Okay. And then there's a top cap to damage, right? Oh, in PoE 2 it's 12 times? That's what you've heard. Interesting. Now here's my question. But what about when the damage is like... What up, Jindari? So I mean, let's say it's 12. What you're multiplying your damage by kind of doesn't matter for the purposes of what we're trying to do here. The equation stops working once you have negative values of armor. Something else must be happening to the equation. There must be something that cancels out negative typically that doesn't impact it. So here's the problem, right? You have 0 armor. That means that you are taking the full force of the damage. You take 100% of it. So how do we calculate the negative? Armor. Is it that what it does is it calculates what percentage of the DR... No, how do you... What up, David? Yes, negative armor is a thing. Very specifically for the Warbringer. You can break armor below 0 and it's capped at negative armor. So how does the equation handle this? it can't just be increased damage by the amount it would have reduced damage by, because how much damage you would reduce by increases significantly as you approach 0. And if I have to break your armor all the way to the negative of its total maximum amount in the positive, and I'm only getting how much you would have reduced the damage by, but as increased damage, that's pretty shit. But what number does it increase to? I don't think that there's different equations, Ava, no. And one way to verify that statement, when I was attempting to test the elemental damage conversion and how much damage I was doing to a target to figure out if Heft was working as a 60% multi as opposed to a 30% multi, I noticed that a monster which has no fire resistance and no indicator of armor was taking effectively sheet value damage, which I found very weird, because if they had armor at all, it should be taking less damage. And then that's when people taught me about the equation, where you can actually be doing so much damage over their armor, they effectively have no armor, because how much damage your armor stops decreases as the damage value increases. Because damage is under the denominator in the equation. This is the equation, where this is the damage dealt, and you get a 5 times, and apparently it's a 12 times multi. So it's 12 times the incoming damage is dividing what your armor value is to figure out how much DR you get from it. But if you go negative, how much damage do you get? Also, what up, Crispy? How's it going, son? GG, Trev. Also, I saw people talking about the ADHD thing earlier. I would also like to get a diagnosis. We'll figure that out later. So how does negative armor possibly work? Is it so again, if I had just 1,000 and 1,000, I have 16% effective damage. If I just go down to negative and what I gain is a 16% damage boost, that kind of sucks. But like, as my damage increases, if it works off the same equation to figure out how much damage you're doing, no, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, right? Like, all I'm doing is like swapping positive and negative. If the answer is breaking armor down to negative while increasing damage gets me a smaller and smaller bonus, then this is straight up garbage. Yes, Ava. So if they have 1,000 max armor, which is like a set value per monster, it would go to negative 1,000. But how do you calculate how much more damage you do? Because I go from doing 84% damage up to doing 100% damage. And if I only go up to doing 114% damage, that's basically nothing. That wouldn't really make sense, right? Because the more damage you do, the less the armor stops in the first place. And if all you're doing is flipping it to a negative value, meaning increasing the damage, you would increase the damage by less and less. I could go hit something. I could go test it, I guess. The issue at testing it is that... Oh, well, no, I guess there isn't an issue at testing it, right? Because if the damage is doing pure physical damage, when I hit a target that has 0 armor, I should expect sheet damage. And then all I have to go see is how much damage I do per hit post negative armor. It's actually fairly easy. And then I could use a really small weapon. We can actually go test this right now. Now that I think about it, we can actually go test this very simply right now. In fact, I'm going to go do it. Okay. We're just going to go figure it out. So able to find the right foundation color and get a girlfriend? That's awesome. I'm positive. Hey. I know this sucks because if anybody gets it, I get it. I love a good bit. Nobody likes going behind the curtain. How much of this is just some improv that we're doing and we're going to leave it as a bit? And how much of this is you being a real human being and just being just one of the most like beautiful and wonderful, just real experiences in a YouTube comment section? Which one of those two things is the truth? And I'm willing to accept anything that you say because I have no way of verifying it regardless. Because there's a best answer. You're 100% serious? Good job. Good job. I'm now taking that as the truth. This is the lore of physics on YouTube. This is now the lore. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's now the lore. We can't deviate from this lore ever. Okay, nothing else should modify the damage I'm doing. We're going to invite you to our wedding and naming the first child Macrobio Boy. I don't recommend doing that. I think that's abuse. But everything else, I'm down for it.
How can I help? Take a look.
I need these weapons to have nothing on them. Oh, do they start only selling magic items at a certain level? I just need to go, like, drop a weapon. Gib, weapon, please. How we doing, Drendari? Living life trying to make Hex Blast OP? How's Hex Blast? Give me a weapon. Give me a weapon, cowards. Perfect. Club. Manhand is 50 to 78. Alright, so now let's find the lady. No, makeup is just makeup. I gave him advice on how to pick a good foundation. Tried Arbiter earlier and he folded your shit. How'd you even try him? Did you just like buy the mats? Or are you just some kind of god gamer who has citadels on their map? Dear ma'am. ¿Dónde está? ¿Estás? Lo siento.
Become dirt.
Run a lot of maps. Jealous. Hola, señora Rio. ¿Dónde estás? Necesito Bonk? Oh, that sounds like a sex thing. Or not a sex thing. I need to hit you with a weapon. Okay. So let's figure out how much armor she has. Oh, she has like no armor. Oh, she has 8 armor. My Spanish is great. My Spanish is in fact not great. But it's okay. So she has 8 armor. Kind of wish she had more armor than that. I don't think 8 armor is going to be enough for us to get like a data point is kind of the issue here. Oh, I need to record this as well.
Steel yourself.
And the only thing that Armor Breaker is doing... Also, take this off for a hot second. I don't think 8 will be enough. But it might be. It's gonna take so long. Is there a bigger boss I can get to easily? My understanding is that Coca-Cola is a fairly large product in Mexico. Is there a bigger boss I can get to who doesn't... it would be easy for me to just kind of like smack around a little bit? I would like for them to have a couple hundred armor. Who's a bigger boss I can get to easily? Anybody have a good recommendation? Maybe something in Act 2? I could probably survive this guy, like, without dying, right? Probably.
Crush them!
Yeah, what are you getting, Ava? What are your calcs? What do the calcs say? Also, what up, Matt? The person who would be looking for that information would be on Twitch right now. Crispy, if you're looking for some feedback about how to do Hex Blast good, there's a recommendation in my YouTube's chat. That is too much information for me to read. I like how, like, the moment that you are above, like, you just cleared through an entire pack of just nonsense. Literally no XP. That's interesting. It must have a curve that includes monster level. That makes sense. It's very cold today, but luckily we're not getting any. We're not getting any snow here. It's pretty dope, but it is cold as dicks. I was, you know, in my day job today, you know, where I drive around and deliver food to some old people. Very cold. With the best part about how cold I was being, and I'm not angry, they are adorable old people, but it was how many old people wanted to stop me from continuing to walk to my car and get into my very warm car where I have the power of heat, to, as I'm leaving, be like, oh, it's cold out, isn't it? And I'm like, I love that we're making small talk. I know you're very lonely. I love this so much. I'm happy I can help to, you know, kind of offer you this opportunity for human connection in my day-to-day, which is strictly an inefficiency on my part, is not part of my job description, and does not gain me anything other than, like, in my heart where I love this, and just strictly cost me money and time. I'm so fucking cold. Maybe tomorrow we talk about how cold it is. Maybe tomorrow we talk about how cold it was today. Maybe that's when we talk about how cold it is. Call me a crazy person. You know? But maybe that's when we have the conversation. With wind chill, we're hitting single digits here. Maybe tomorrow is when we discuss how cold it is.
What?
Can't be mad at them. Not actually mad at them. But maybe, just maybe, today is not when we talk about how cold it is. Maybe let me go back to my car.
Speak up.
Tomorrow is also the same temp. Then maybe we circle back on Wednesday. Happy New Year, KO. Maybe we circle back on Wednesday. And hey, if Wednesday's gonna be that cold, maybe we just don't fucking talk about it. Because you get to go inside your house. I get to go back inside my car and drive a quarter of a block and then get back out of my car. On the hills of this town that is right off the beach, that is rigid. Maybe that's when we talk about it. Do you know how cold it is? Oh, I heard it's really cold. And it's like, I'll be halfway to my car and I'll hear behind me, it's a cold one out there today. Stay warm. And I'm not just going to like psychopath not answer, right? I have to turn around and be like, yeah, I'll try my best, which is my go-to, which lets them know I hate this, but in a way where they can't get sad about it.
Bow before your king.
Okay.
The Manaketh will pay! The Manaketh will pay!
Submit! You are finished!
The Manaketh will pay!
I mean, I really wish she wasn't hitting him as well.
We will have what is ours!
Because now I'm going to have to do the math again in real time. Get a bunch of data points here.
The era of the Faradun is now! The Manaketh
This
will
dude's armor
pay!
stays broken forever. Why is this guy's armor still broken?
Justice! We are vengeance!
Perfect. Let's see. Okay. Get my little data sheet. Damage. Armor value. Do you know how cold it? Oh no, I don't want to listen to me the whole time. No, not this. All right, so he's at 378 to 520. Also, can this, just for a second, just, I could leave it on. Do we want the music on or off? I don't know. I feel like it's loud. I feel like it's loud, but we'll leave the music on for right now. Okay. So that's 134. It's the problem with her hitting him as well. Is there a way to go back just like a frame? Hold on. This won't do. Seeing a screenshot showing the quick calc, small damage values, omega stonks and armor reduction, big hits. That is accurate, Ava. So that's the exact issue with armor in the game. That it scales. How much you reduce incoming damage by is actually based off of the differential between the armor and the damage. My question is, how are you getting to the negative values? Like, what assumption are we making? Hold on. Da Vinci. We gotta put this into Da Vinci, because then I can go frame by frame. Excuse me. I'm using it as an inverse. Oh, sure. Well, it might be true. Let's figure it out, right? Here, we'll use this to verify it. Because there's nothing like just cold hard numbers, right? Where to the effects library for a hot second. I wish I could make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? I cannot. I cannot make this any larger. Okay. Okay. So here we are. Can I? I don't want to modify this at all. I want to modify this. What number did I get? We'll just start here on the next bonk. This is the 134 value. He hits 680 to 779 is 99. She hits 811 is 106. Armor is less effective the more damage that you take, yes. So she hits 948 is 106. I hit for 100. He hits. Uh, 131. She hits 334. Is 109. One 33. $140. 6, 7 is 33 is 108. Quick math. $20. That's her hit. $128. Six, 8. That's 99. $89 to... Oh no, that has to be my hit. This is my hit. 122. Welcome to Math with Macrobabbler. Welcome to basic arithmetic, but looking at frames. 41, 141. I also have to look out for crits. Those are yellow. Okay, her hit comes in directly after, so I don't think we've like aligned on a hit yet. 125. One. Oh no! Where was I? Somewhere. Where was I? I was down at like 2,000-ish? After the initial hits, which was like 800-ish damage, right? Yeah, I was somewhere around like 2,000. All right, we'll just go up to here at this random point. That was 125. Okay, so we're actually just 2 hits back. Oh shit, hold on. If the next one is 101... Bro, I got to the second to last hit randomly. You know what that is? That's power. That's powerful magic. That's what that is. $142. Oh, I stopped doing math for a second. I'm sorry. 127. I was just playing with the slider. You know, if you go back and forth 3 times, you're playing with it. 21. $14. So let's do some min-max here. What? So, Ava, question for you. How about this? Let's see if this matches up, right? My character's Mace Strike skill says it should be doing between 50 and 78% damage, or 50 and 78 damage. We know that if he was at 0 armor, we would be doing true damage because the game doesn't have any other mitigators, and I'm pretty sure the base bosses just like have res and have armor, and they don't have some other mechanic, or at least we're going to assume that. So it says I should be doing... Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Game, stop. Just let me put it here. Jesus. I should be doing 50 to 78. This would be base. 50 to 78. I'm doing 99 to 142. And we know that he had 844 armor, because we can go to negative 844. Base damage here. What do you believe the min and max range should be for a target who's been reduced to negative 844 armor? If this is my base. Because the calculation, if I were to just show it here, right? If damage is 50 to 78, and we know that armor is 844. Oh, hold on, 844. Oh, it's so weird because then that means that my damage should be... My actual damage range should be this. Right? We know he has 844 armor. It's so weird too because your min and like how much damage... Whoa, I don't like this. Okay. Because the damage is the how much DR, so how much damage reduction they have is calculated at the point of the incoming weapon strike. So the higher you can get your max damage, you don't do average. Okay, the average damage calculation actually needs to be calculated at every value, and then you get your true average damage. Because quite literally, this same attack does more or less damage based off of where in your damage roll you roll. Which I never really thought of. Oh, but people are saying this is actually 12. I guess we could figure that out too, though. My brain is breaking a little bit. They went from 844 armor. So here's what we have. They stopped losing armor at negative 844, which, if the game is functioning properly, means they had 844 armor. My damage range is 50 to 78. So if we assume that they have 844 armor, in PoE 1 it's only 5 times, but supposedly here it's 12 times. I could go hit him a whole bunch and see if my damage range is in this area. Yes, so the damage I dealt here, this is my min and max. I haven't finished looking at all the data, but we have... How many? We have 21 damage instances, which is not really great. I think there's something like an 80% range in damage. No. Ignore that. Ignore what I just said. But we have 21 data points right now. Obviously, that's not enough, but I just wanted to see if we're, like, near it. This is my base. This is how much I was doing. So it nearly... Base value I'm doing almost double damage. But this should be my damage range. Oh, no, 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 no. It's supposed to be this times 1 minus this. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. Where, like, okay, so, and here's the thing that's, like, fucking wild, right? Because like, depending on the armor of the target, your maximum damage, if you are doing damage under the monster's total armor, your maximum damage is actually significantly higher than your minimum damage. Because they reduce your damage by less the closer to their armor value you're doing. And then beyond your armor value as well. Then if my attacks are like how much damage does this thing do? I would have to subtract an average fire damage from it. Like, what can you do? Thanks, Matt. Crispy, if you're in my Discord, Matt posted a short guide in the Discord. I need, like, a significantly bigger weapon. Or an attack that does significantly more damage. Perfect strike would get me there. It converts to fire damage, though. Fuck me. Fuck. I need a normal-ass attack. Is there a big normal-ass attack? What's the biggest normal-ass attack I can get? None of these. Just need a bigger weapon. I just need to be doing this on my higher level character. But, like, okay. The target only had like 20 armor. I'm losing it. Could you add supports to the base attack to increase advantage? Ah, I could. Yeah. Yeah, I could. I'm losing it, though. Like, it all makes a lot of sense to me when the armor value isn't negative. But it's also, like, this is also wild because of how this affects your average expected damage. Yo, thank you very much, Porter. I appreciate that. But have a great day. So, is there someone really smart streaming right now? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe one of our very smart friends is currently streaming. Hold on. We have smart friends. I like nobody's watching Path of Exile right now. What up, Nash? So we're trying to figure out how negative armor impacts your expected damage output. I love all these people. They're not the people I need. I love them all so much. They're not the people I need. They're not the people who will be able to explain this to me. Tuna. Tripole is also streaming, apparently. Hold on.
Here we go. The last of the steps.
Your damage is always going to be above an armor value as well.
That's not true.
Max armor in first.
Okay. I love you. That didn't help me. Nobody can help me. Okay, great. Great. Sick. Fucking dope. Love you, boys. You have done nothing. Well, yeah, we'll just figure it out, Ava. That's fine. We'll just do the math. Okay. So, how do we continue to test this? Do damage calc. So we know they have 844 armor, right? We know they have 844 armor. So here's what I do. I go in, I break the armor again. I use a significantly stronger weapon attack. I subtract the average expected fire damage. There's no real way for me to do that. And then, or I could go make a weapon that's just as large but without fire on it. Be a little bit hard to do. It's just, I don't know how the fire damage will interact. The fire damage isn't impacted by the armor. I don't know if they have fire res. I could just go hit them. Because if I put on this, right, and then I go look at what my sheet damage says I should be doing for physical, the fire damage is pretty negligible in comparison to the sheet damage total. And I could put on multis for the damage, right? Oh, no, perfect. Deals no elemental damage. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Mage Strike. So now my physical damage is huge. That's larger than the armor. So our expected damage is 1334 to 1778. Hold on. So our damage is 1334 to 1728. 1728. Hey, I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. So our expected damage output is 1264 to 1657. It's so wild that your average expected damage isn't this minus a DR value. It's this with a diminishing DR value. So like quite literally, it's not it's a shifted average. Is that not crazy? Like, does nobody else think that's crazy? Is that just me? Is this just like a weird expectation from playing other games? DR, because regular DR is just your average damage times 1 minus the DR value. But DR derived from armor works in this way. Is that not fucking crazy? That like two different systems that grant the same stat grant them differently? Is that just me? But at this point, they effectively have no, like, they don't actually have effect. Like 5% DR is actually like a decent amount of DR, but there's not a lot I can do about that. If I had another support gem that would further increase my damage, I guess we could do something about that. I just don't, which seems weird, but like, that's where we're at with our life. So let's record this again, right? And we'll walk up and we'll break this dude's armor and then we'll see how much damage we're doing. Okay. Oh, I ignited him. That sucks. Okay. We do more damage to stunned targets, so I need to wait for him to not be stunned anymore. Okay. How did he kill me? That's interesting. Okay. So I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Seen your pretty face soon as you walked in the door. I'm just trying to chill. Got a sack for us to roll. Married to the money, I ain't never let it go. And I get high with my baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby. Yeah, man. And I can ride with my baby. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. I ignited. Okay, so I ignited. Put this over here. Seen your pretty face soon as you walked in the door. Married to the money, I ain't never let it go. Okay, damage values. Okay, so this is going to be equal to 6. This is equal to 8399 minus 6638. 8426, 8426, 8426, 8426, 8426. Isn't it so weird? So the way that I did that, right? I knew that 8426 is the number that I have to put second in this equation to figure out what it is. So as long as I'm saying 8426, you can still read and input these numbers while you're saying 8426 to not forget this number. I always find that very weird. Yes, we are not confused by what the negative armor value is. We're confused by what what impact that has on your damage, because the calculation doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense. You can see what their negative armor value is. You can see it right here. So 10-6. 10-6-1-2, 10-6-1-2, 10-6-1-2, 10-6-1-2. Twelve five 4-4, 12-5-4-4, 12-5-4-4, 12-5-4-4, 12-5-4-4, 12-5-4-4. Married to the money, I ain't never let it go. I can ride with my baby. I'll be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby. Yeah, man. Because if your damage would exceed their armor value to this point, if the equation really is just how much DR they would have against you, but as a bonus to 100%, then breaking armor would be the most useless mechanic in the game. Because your damage will always exceed their armor in the end game if you're a physical damage build working competently. With the interesting part being, if that is true, how, well, it's kind of interesting. Is there ever a universe where doing less damage than armor than breaking armor ends up being a larger multiplier? It's compared to the damage you would be doing, it's a bigger damage multiplier by a significant amount. That doesn't mean that you will do more damage in that situation, which I do think is important to recognize. I'm pretty sure that's how the maths out. Like, yes, the amount that you gain in comparison to how much damage you would be doing is significantly larger. Wait, how is this possible? Oh, I went back by accident. I also need to put the music back on because it's like deafeningly loud now. How silent it is. Hold on. I do like that this is something that apparently we just like don't know the answer to yet. Because that's like cool. Being able to like bring this information to people will be pretty cool. Hey, real quick, has anybody done an expose on how negative armor works yet? Does that like exist in the game? Oh, we have a problem here. Oh no, no we don't. No, no, no. So on the hit, it doesn't register that they are stunned, it looks like. Yeah, that didn't modify my damage, and I've increased damage to stun targets. So on the hit, that stuns. It's also kind of interesting. The bar goes away for a few frames. Wait, hold on. How is that true? So, they are stunned. Frame, damage is applied. That's kind of interesting. So, they are stun primed. They take enough stun threshold, whatever, to become stunned. It's being delivered by the attack. This doesn't mean anything mechanically, like I can't actually speak to the coding. But the fact that the stun bar registers, so here's the attack. On this frame, the monster is registered as having been stunned. The stun bar resets, like the stun threshold counter resets. They go to, there's a frame of nothing. Then it goes to, they are in their stun timer, like their stagger timer, whatever the fuck it's called. Then at that point is when damage is applied. Also, I just died in game. Dude, that lost me real experience. Hold on. Our monster's gonna be attacking me while I'm standing here? I'm trying to fucking do science. Leave me be. Don't lose me experience while I'm doing science. Excuse me. Oh, escape does pause. Thank you. But isn't this interesting? So we're at this point in the animation. I haven't applied damage yet. They are registered as having gotten stunned. 1 frame later, 2 frame later, they are now in their stun timer. And that's when damage is applied. So it calculates whether or not the monster will become stunned by the attack. At a certain point, then the damage is applied. But the damage was applied pre-stun, because if it was applied post-stun, I would get a damage bonus on the attack. Which I don't here, because this is in line with my average damage output right now. Unless it was unless I did minimum damage and then got a bonus. Which I guess I could calculate my bonus. Yeah, I guess I can't derive meaning from this yet, but I just find that very interesting that that's how it works. And it's a lot of frames after they get stunned before the stun timer starts going down. This is actually pretty forgiving for longer animation skills. That's kind of interesting. I just want to give credit where credit's due. That's pretty interesting to me. Big bonk. This one is 1940. Okay, back to science. I think I die here. I am dead. Okay, so just very quickly looking at these numbers, right? Where my in-game min and max is 13 to 17. What does this mean? like, what does it mean? I need another skill gem. Or a support gem. Let's go get another support gem. Go get myself some support gems. So here's the issue, Carol. If that is true, then breaking armor for attacks, so going into negative armor for attacks that already exceed the armor value. So for the significantly higher amount of damage value here, Ava, my range is 1334 to 1728. 1728. All right. Meaning that we gained, on average, about like 28% damage increase. It would be overpowered if breaking a monster into the negative armor value had value at all. What does that mean? Do you know, like what does that mean? If the mechanic is, if you already exceed the monster's armor, it does absolutely nothing to do this, it shouldn't be an ascension at all. It actually shouldn't even be in the game. If the answer is the moment that your damage exceeds the monster's armor, this effectively becomes useless, it shouldn't exist in the game. Straight up. It definitely shouldn't be something that requires 4 ascension points. Right? Imagine if you said that about any other 4 ascension point effect in the game. Yeah, but so like this is immediately clear that, and let me just like really quickly just look at like the difference in this. And let me look at the difference in this. We actually got fairly close to our minimum and maximum values for damage. So even with like this small amount of data points, it's actually very close. But there probably shouldn't be a thing in the game that says when you put 4 ascension points in it and then put in the time and effort to do it, you get about a 5% damage increase. With the higher your damage numbers get, making it even worse, right? Oh, I don't have support gems? Oh, I have support gems here. I'm a fucking idiot. Like, that would be insane if that was true. Now, if it capped at, like, you get a 25% damage bonus, I mean, that also sucks. Just straight up like that. Oh, it keeps you at the checkpoint. Oh, because my map hadn't reset yet. This game is so fucking weird. I mean, that's cool, but it's also so weird. Okay. So let's find another gem we can put in. Do this again, get another data set. And see what we can cook up here. So I need something that increases. We already have brutality. We'll do heavy swing. Now we're up to 18 to 23, right? So, well, what do we expect? 1800. We expect them to only be reducing DR, or reducing incoming damage by 3%. If we use that formula I had, but with 5 instead of 12, the expected damage gain for that base damage and that armor value is 29. Oh, I guess we could also prove how much damage armor is granting right now. We can actually prove that right now. We just get the average damage range and then we just see, and then we can actually prove what the equation is. We can actually just prove that as well. Look at this. We can prove all of this. We can figure it all out. We can figure it all out today. 1738. Hey. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Okay, so now that we're here, let's get this data set. Married to the money, I ain't never let it go. Also, real quick, I just want to look at this and make sure that like this is doing what I expect it to do. 600 on 1700 is more than a third. Yes, okay, so 35 is being applied properly. That's good to know.
The Sigmar of Yaldura. Bow before your king.
The Medicats must bow, please.
Okay.
We skin them. Submit. You are finished.
Cannot give up. for my people!
We're running out of time.
Okay.
End this.
Stop recording. Keep that. Go to the end here. You see my stupid fucking head again. Now let's get a data range for this. Fucking cool boss battle music. In 748. So the equation for armor is armor. So to determine the damage reduction armor grants, damage reduction is equal to armor over armor plus a number multiplied by the damage. The PoE one was 5 times. People are saying it's 12 times. We're going to figure out the calculation right here because it's not that hard to figure it out. We'll just go through, get a data set, and figure it out. And just reverse engineer what that number has to be for the DR to make sense. So it's either 5 or 12. Either way, after that point, the reason why it can't just be how much DR it would have reduced it by as a bonus to your 100% is because that would mean the more damage that you do, the less valuable breaking their armor to negative values would become, to a point where it wouldn't do anything. It's just straight up the point where, like, it literally wouldn't accomplish anything. And as such, shouldn't be a mechanic because monsters' armor stops increasing, but players' damage continues to increase, making a thing less and less valuable the more powerful your character becomes. And you might go, well, that's kind of how everything works, right? Not really. Like, 30% damage bonus is always a 30% damage bonus from a support gem, regardless of how much damage you're doing. It's always 30%. And the idea that a 4-point ascension bonus would be worth less than a single support gem is, like, kind of insane, right? Now, it might be that in the game right now, that is how it works. Like, that might be the finding that we have here, but that doesn't mean that it's right or that it should be that. It just means that it's currently that, which is a very, very different thing. and could just be an oversight. It could just be that, you know, I mean, oversight, right? It would have to like, oh, this is valuable in this way, so we should let it be valuable in this way. But that doesn't really make sense, right? Now that's very interesting. I don't want to ignore this data point here, but this is impossible. I can't be doing 1,150 damage. He must gain a DR he must gain a DR value while in this state. This is basically cutting my damage in half. It's almost exactly half. That's interesting. Yeah, I can't use that because I can't speak to why that's happening. I think he gains DR, like a DR value while in that state. Probably to stop you from being able to zerg through it and ignore it. That's kind of interesting. We could test that too if we could actually survive it. What up, Sokar? How we doing? What's the question? Sorry, I've been saying a lot of stuff, so. $17.38. Okay. Percentage point were you referring to? Oh, for Warbringer, the 5-point ascent or the 4-point ascension bonus up the left side is you can break monsters down to negative armor equal to their maximum armor. And we're trying to figure out the impact that has on expected damage. With a monster with a known armor value and an increasing damage value from the attack. So the only other thing that we have to prove, actually, is if we do true damage against this target when he's at 0 armor. So we'll just have to go remove our ascension point. To go see. What up, y'all? Man who watched a meatball punch a doll for 6 hours straight while counting the punches. Bro. Watching the golems attack might be one of my crowning achievements of holy shit, how come anybody is watching me right now? Because here's the thing. I watched a meatball punch a puppet, punch a doll, as you so eloquently said, for hours. Right? While I counted out loud. And I don't remember how many people were watching me at that point. Probably an average of like 200 people across YouTube and Twitch. But about 200 people watched me watch a meatball punch a puppet as I counted out loud. And I think that's beautiful. Okay. So, let's go back here. where the listed min and max is 1801.
What are you doing?
1801 to 2333. What? What? Oh. Sorry.
I will hold this oppressor at bay. I don't have time for this. Sands, bend to my will. Impede my enemies. Take our hate.
Tempered by flame.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone, monsters. Okay. First off, let's just get rid of this thing so that I'm not confused. Why is the damage range different? 4 is like a 56% difference, right? 4 with some amount. Weapons have different ranges of damage. Did y'all know that? Yeah, so Paustin, depending on the trial, it needs to be a certain level, where the trial of Sekima can actually be a lower required level than the Chaos trial. Ava, did you know that a one-handed weapon has like a 56% damage range between min and max? And a two-hander only has like a 30% damage range between min and max? Did you know this? I didn't know this. It's not even like half the difference. It's just arbitrary. Is this every weapon type in the game? And if the... Oh, and this has increased physical damage. So this is actually 2 to 7. This weapon base is 2 to 7? So this one is actually probably like 6.6 to 10. Well, it's 6 to 10, which gets you 7 to 11 when it rounds up. So it's actually 6 to 10. Actually, 60%, 66% range? No, wait. That's not what I'm saying. It's not min times 1.5. Here, it's min times 1.66. Here, it's 2 to 7. It's min times. So they just have. Hold on. Every weapon type just has an arbitrary range. So Paustin. Okay, so yeah, so there's a couple things going on here. You can get your first 2 ascension points by doing the trial in Act 2. Then you can get your next 2 ascension points by doing the trial in Act 3. Then in cruel difficulty and higher, like in the end game, you have to be running a certain level trial of Sekima or a certain trial of Chaos to get your 3rd set of points and then your 4th set of points. You can't get all of your ascension points in the base campaign. Right now you can only get 4. 1 in Act 2, 1 in Act 3. And then my two-hander... Hold on real quick. 122 to 158. 122 to 158. Divided by 1.4. And then 14 to 23. So this weapon's actual range is 72 to 89. Because it's base plus base times 1.41. You divide by 1.41 to figure out what it was. Then you minus the 14 to 23. Where the range there is 9. It's 14. Almost plus a half. But it's actually 89 to 72. Which means that this thing has a range of 22. What the fuck? Weapons have arbitrary ranges? Like per the item type? Is that what I'm getting here? I guess that's what I'm getting here. Do they have different... Hold on. 32 to 48. Okay, 32 to 48 is a great club. Do they have a range inside of...
Young one.
Not you. You?
No need to rush.
No, because... Okay, so it's consistent to weapon base, at least. And 32 to 48 is a 1.5 multi. This one... This is double. A little bit less than double. This is more or less than double. This is triple. Weapons just have different ranges? Isn't that fun? This one's double. Hold on. This one is less than, or it's more than double. This one is double. This one is triple. We're all just kind of having fun, aren't we? Okay. So... So this looks like it's getting closer to... For the difference here to be this close, this is telling me that we're at the point where we have invalidated the armor almost in its entirety. Maybe the biggest multi you can get is 25% from negative armor. That would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? Can I get another physical damage multi onto the build? Is there another physical damage multi? Oh, do support gems not have a level requirement? Is that true? Is there another... Does anybody know of another damage multi I can put on this for physical damage? Does anybody know one? I would have to apply a bleed.
bow before your king.
The Medicats must bow to kings. We skin them. Submit. You are finished.
The Manacats will pay! The era of the Faradun is now! The Manacats will pay!
I need more time.
For my people, the
need
Manacats
more
will
time.
pay!
That was a crit. God damn it.
I can't yet.
Or here's a good question though.
I'm not ready.
Zoso, thank you very much for this 16 months, friend. Welcome on in.
I'm not ready. I need more time.
For my people!
What up, Bonk?
The era
Oh,
of
I don't think they were
Faradun is
fully
now!
broken. Okay.
Glorious.
Okay. So I should also label these, right? So insert one to the left. Insert one to the left. Insert one to the left. One hand. One hand. Two hand. Two hands. Two hand plus gem plus two gem. This is two hand plus gem. Where the listed damage is 25, 2521. To 3266. Where the difference here could be 40%. It is. Okay. Good. is actually plus 2 gem. This is plus 3 gem. Call this 2 ham plus gem. Where the difference in this by this should be, what was it? Yeah, 35, because the base one is 30 that I put in. 35, 35, 40. 35, 35, 40. Hold on.
Destruction!
So I might need to reference this again. I really don't need to be getting attacked right now. Okay. Okay, so very quickly, let's go ahead and look at this. Get my little data sheet. 17, 38, okay. Damage is 8592 minus 5181. And we need to go 10 seconds. Okay. We still mathin'? We still mathin'. Oh, we mathin'. Oh, we still mathin'. Things I've found out. Each weapon type seemingly has an arbitrary range between min and max damage. And it's per the item type. With two-handers having a smaller range between min and max than one-handers, which is just interesting. With two-handed bows having, like, min is a third of maximum, which is also very... So they have, like, a huge range, which is kind of wild. And there aren't many things in the game that say... increase your physical damage that applies to the whole damage value unless the monster is bleeding, which is probably easier for me to manage than this, but I don't really know how bleed works, so I didn't want to like screw things up. So the only one that I have as an option right now is one that adds on a 10-second cooldown, which is pretty fun. That was a crit. So I can't really use that. I hit him, but he wasn't armor broken all the way. I think this was my last attack that connects. Okay. Two, 5, 2, 1. So let's look back here. 2, 5, 2, 1 versus 3, 2, 6, 6. Now we're down to like 2% damage reduction with still a difference. Like even in the thousandths, but still a difference. Like this is significantly closer to 3% damage. This is significantly closer to 2% damage. If I were to blow these out a little bit. Yeah, this is like basically, 2.2% damage reduction. It's greater than 2.8. where the difference but like the difference in damage here is max is 30% above min. And we're basically at true damage, right? Like that's what this is showing us. And how much of a bonus we're generating is topping out at 25%. So it looks like you approach maybe a total of a 25% damage increase from this. Maybe, that's a maybe. We do have to get more damage values here though, so I can show that this is closer, because basically the difference between min and max here might be similar to the difference here where we're talking about maybe 1%. But see how these two are already kind of circulating around this number? Where I noticed these two were approaching each other. So this one might be like 1.25, so we just have to get another data set here. And then we can see. So let's get another data set. Let's just collect more data, rather, is a better way to describe it.
The Sigmar of Yaldura. Bow before your king.
The Americans do not bow to kings. We skin submit. You are finished.
For my people. The Maracas will pay.
I'm not ready.
Ugh. Oh, right.
I can't yet.
Vengeance.
I need more time. Break!
The era of the Paratonic.
Stop. Stop doing shit.
Give up. For my
We're
people.
running out
I
of
need more time.
End this. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Okay. So here's the thing. We can't assume that the next phase of this fight is the same as this one. So before we get any deeper into this one, we can actually use the next phase of the fight to prove how much damage reduction an attack has, though. Or how much... I just have to prove how much armor he has in the second phase of the fight, which might be the same. And then wait for his armor to unbreak and then deal damage. Which is fun. Okay, so, yep, so this one is my new set. My head. We love that. We love that about our head. Click. 1738. Oh. Also, welcome to me stimming, y'all. It's gonna keep happening because this is what I do while I'm editing videos. My brain's a little broken right now. That damage number possible? Oh. Oh, that's still me hitting with armor break. That was a crit. Dude, the boss battle music goes so hard. There we go. Now our minute our max is getting closer and closer. Okay. I need some more data. Okay, so here we could actually test a couple different things. Let me think about how to test it though.
I don't have time for this. Sands bends to my
So here, I need to do less damage to invalidate less of his armor. Just so that, like, what is 13 to 17?
I will impede my enemies. Forge our pates.
Physical damage is 9 to 12. Okay, we can get a data set here. Figure out what our min and max should be. And if it's way off of this, then we know it's 5 instead. Well, we can figure out what number it is. Okay. I guess I should figure out what his armor is. Figure out if his armor is the same. Armor is the same. Okay. I'll just have to remember my my fire damage value. Okay. Armor's here. Okay. Oh no, it's breaking armor. Why? Why? Why is my mace strike breaking armor? Oh, because of my fucking... my ascension. Damn it. Don't I have a can't break armor thing? Damn it. I guess I just have to die.
The Manacast will pay! The Manacast will pay!
I just have to get rid of my ascension, because I think it's my ascension that's causing my attacks to break armor. Alright, I can stop listening to this ASMR. I wanna let you all in on a secret. The reason why I have headphones on right now is not to listen to the music. In fact, that's not how I do it. I hate having headphones in. I've been listening to ASMR this entire time because when I was getting ready to stream, my brain was telling me, hey man, don't stream. You're, I don't know, anxiety or something. But listening to the ASMR helps to turn off the brain. But I don't need that anymore because now I am fucking here about it.
Greetings. I have a different plan.
Yeah. So get rid of these. Apply refund. Let's go back in and we'll just swing our mace at boy. Okay. And the cool part about this one is getting a bunch of data here will be easy.
The Sigma of the Ardora. Bow before your king. The Manacast will pay!
We submit. You are finished.
The Manacast will pay! For my people, the Manacast will pay! Austerity! Vengeance!
Okay. Now we go into here. We take this. We do this. We lock it. We delete the audio. We unlock it. We get into here. Change the Y. Minus 300. Make a new data sheet. What's the new data sheet? Data sheet is testing armor break. Testing armor. We do this. 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 Bump that up to fucking 20. Why not? What do I have these on? 18 and 20. Boop, boop. 18. Boop, boop. Damage. Armor. 8. 8 for 4. Okay, we take this. We collect our data. The data's easy to collect. Glad to hear that's better. Thank you. That was a crit. Equal to 5165 minus 3847. 26021 minus 5165. The hardest boss in PoE 2 Microsoft Excel? Kinda, a little bit. 7706 minus 66326. 8947 minus 7711. Equal to 10174 minus 3952. Yo, what up, Cooley? Hello, everybody from Cooley Stream. Welcome in, welcome in. I'll give you a quick second to settle down. Quick second to kind of breathe. You know, quick second to smell the roses. And I'll give an introduction. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Video editing? No, this is not video editing. This is testing armor values in PoE 2 to get a definitive answer of what the calculation is in PoE 2, and not only that, to figure out the mechanical benefits of reducing monsters' armor into negative. I think the answer is, depending on how much damage you're doing, the maximum bonus that you get from reducing a monster's armor to negative is 25% damage bonus, which would make this hilariously bad, like very, very not good. It basically would mean that after going through the time and effort to do this, which a lot of builds are incentivized to break armor and then consume armor break, it would like be not worth your time to get all the way down there, which is like a lot. But I don't have a definitive answer. So here's where we're at. You might go, oh, Mac, there's just one little data set. What do you, nope, we've been at it. Nope, we've been at it. Nope, we've been calculating. We've been at it. All right, everybody. Now that you're here, now that you're hanging out. My name is Macro Bio Boy. I play a lot of ARPGs, most notably the Diablo genre, or the Diablo series. Let's call it a genre. I play Diablo and Diablo likes. Get fucked. I'm the one of the Max Roll content leads for Diablo 2 Resurrected coverage. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll for Diablo 4. This is kind of what I do. I go into an Excel sheet and I calculate stuff so that you don't have to, and then I try to bring the findings to you. So if you're willing to sit through me and the rest of us, all just kind of degenerates sitting here while we calculate damage per strike, I'll be able to tell you how armor works in Path of Exile too, so that you don't have to Google it. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Shoutouts to Cooley. If you don't go check out Cooley, you know how every single time somebody shows up to my stream and says, hey, do you think this would be good for PvP? And I go, I have no idea. You should probably ask Cooley. That's the guy. I don't know shit about PvP. I can tell you mechanically how it works, but I don't know what builds or classes do what or how or why. It's all basically voodoo magic as far as I'm concerned. But thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in. We're drinking an ice cold Dunks because we're wicked from Boston. I just don't talk with my accent so you don't think I'm a fucking idiot, but this is how I would talk if I talked with my accent. Iced coffee. I got the lava cake syrup. Tastes like garbage, but it's like, you know, it's still a nice coffee, so it's kind of hard to complain. And right now, it's 20 degrees without wind chill where I'm at. And that's in freedom units. But welcome on in, everybody. I am going to continue to sit here and count damage strikes. So if you've ever wanted to know what the people need to do so that you can go to like a build guide and read what a thing does, this is it. You record yourself doing something, you put it into a video editor, and then you go frame by frame to see the damage value. There. And then you calculate the difference, and then using your understanding of what the mechanics is supposed to be, you can then infer like calculations and what's going on the back end. So this is what I do. Switch to D2R. I will not switch to D2R. I'm having a lot of fun playing PoE. I put out a video that got a lot of traction about my 5 criticisms of PoE. Because there are criticisms. There's criticisms of every game. you know, D2R, original LOD, original D1, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring. You can criticize every game. I just think that as long as you're being fair and providing valuable insight, that you're not a dickbag and you're instead potentially helping developers to get better insight into what the players who are experiencing their game might be going through, which is something that regardless of testing, regardless of years of expertise, they really can't get data on until somebody walks up and tells them. And that's kind of where I step in. That's what I do. 17 minus 15, 610. There's no way you can criticize Baldur's Gate 3. That's heresy. Baldur's Gate 3 stole the absolute love of my life twice due to a bug. You can absolutely criticize Baldur's Gate 3. Karlach deserved to be happy with me in a loving relationship. And when I first started the game was back before there were 2 bugs. And what's funny is that when they fixed the first bug, they caused the second bug. So the first bug, what was it? Oh, okay. So the first bug was that, what was it? Like the smith who's supposed to fix Karlach's heart wouldn't show up in the Act 2 town. I forget what it was. It was like the smith that's supposed to fix Karlach's heart. You can either do it when you first meet him, or you can do it when he makes it to the village in like the Shadow Realm that I can't remember the name of. But at first, when they leave for the caravan, he could die on the road. He could die on the road on the way there, but you wouldn't know it. So sometimes he just didn't show up to the town. So then they fixed it, but what they made it was, the reason why he survives getting to the town is because the mysterious cow that's actually an ooze that's been transformed, if they leave, the cow stays in the town, and if you kill the cow before going there, then the game registers that the cow didn't leave with him, so he doesn't survive. So I started a run, I found out I couldn't save Karlach, I started a second run, and then I found out that because after they left and I killed the cow to figure out what was up with that, he doesn't make it to the town, ever. So you can't rescue, Karlach again after me restarting. I think I hit like Act 2 before I restarted. They stole her from me twice. So then I started a kill every single NPC in the game run, where, starting in Act 1, I would do every quest, and then go back and kill every single NPC that was left. And I just made it to Act 2, because it takes a very long time to kill every single NPC in every single part of Act 1. And I intend on continuing that journey with a fully evil party. So me, Astarion, the drow chick, whose name I can't remember, and then because there aren't any straight up evil characters that you can bring onto your party, I was just running with an NPC. And I just made 4 greatsword fighters. Oh no, it was Shadowheart, Astarion, me, and an NPC. And then I would replace the NPC with the drow chick. That's what I would do. And I respect all of us to fighters except for Astarion, who was an assassin. And I'm just killing every single NPC. Because here's the question. What does the game of Baldur's Gate 3 look like when you get to Act 3 and you've killed every single NPC up until that point? How does the game continue? I'm very excited to figure out what the coding does. So, 1, I'm a totally normal dude. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Man Cubs. I appreciate you. But I'm definitely a totally normal guy. And you could definitely criticize the game. Because it took my Karlach from me. And how dare they? I'm sorry. If you don't try to romance If you don't try to romance like golden retriever muscle mommy, there's something wrong with you. I'll just go ahead and say it. Just kidding. Oh, I know you're kidding, Dwendari. I'm also not this passionate about it. I am doing all of that is true. That is legitimately how I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. But I'm not like angry. I will let you know when I'm angry. You never have to worry about that. You never have to wonder about it. Never let the anxiety tell you that that I might be something that, or I might be experiencing something that I haven't vocalized. I will always vocalize it. That's the best part about hanging out in this channel is you know exactly at all points where you stand, where I stand, where everybody stands. All right, let's get this guy out from stunned. Yeah, the voice actor was great. I mean, they all did a great job. Now, obviously, Astarion is like a big fan favorite, and it's easy to see why. You know, the performance was great. The character was also very good, which is, you know, I think did a lot of the heavy lifting. It's really hard to fuck up when you are very clearly doing your best impersonation of Tim Curry, right? Like, Astarion is just Tim Curry, the vampire. And it's kind of hard to fuck that up. Not to diminish, you know, the power and the impact of the voice actor, but it's hard to fuck up being loved when you are doing Tim Curry, the vampire. But, I mean, everybody did a great job. You know, Gale, it's so easy to hate Gale. He's just such a whiny little man-child. Did I get any further here? I did not. Okay. Okay. So this is data. Okay. So we go min. This is equal to min. Max equal to max. Is okay. So, oh, hold on. Armor break is base. Base is equal to okay, so hold on. So we actually have to do it this way. Min minus fire expected. Max minus fire expected. Oh, what's his fire res? We have no idea what his fire res is. I need to do all this, but with that, 988, 1280. Are you wrong in preferring Tim Curry's version of Pennywise over Bill Skarsgård? I don't think I don't think that you're wrong. I do think that the two movies were approaching horror in very different ways. And what you could do with the character, like how you could show Pennywise, is so much different. Like the practical effects that you could do in the original It versus what you could do in the 2018 It or whatever it came out. Are very, very different. Okay, this data set is effectively useless, is kind of my problem right now. Because I have fire damage on my weapon. Maybe it'd be easier to do this, but with the one-handed weapon. I think it is. I think we have to redo this. God damn it. All right, let's redo this. Or we look at Mace Strike. It's doing 50. Yeah. All right. It's all right. Collecting this data will be very fast. And I can actually do this data. I can do these calcs in my head, so I don't have to sit there and do the math.
Bow before your king.
The Medicats blood-bound pigs. We skin them.
The era of the Farragut is now! Reprisal! The Marrakech will pay! Justice! The Marrakech will pay! The era of the Farragut is now! We hate in
All right, that's a lot of data points. The only thing that we have to collect. So. Okay. I'll nuke him. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Take my Bezo bucks. First off, I will. Second off, thank you for the
You're a real
Bezo bucks. That's huge.
Take my Bezos bucks.
Regardless of tech available, you still like the other Pennywise. Can you hone in on what you like about the difference? Is it so? Am I crazy, or is it wild that changing any of these options takes you out of pause? What is the point of going into pause, going into the menu, if going into options doesn't? Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh, hey, I sure have been sitting down for 3 hours. Here's what's going to happen. Before we do this analysis, I'm going to get up, get myself some water, get up and stretch. You should do the same. We all take breaks here. We care about ourselves. I'll run ads now so we don't get interrupted later. And that also means you won't be missing anything. And I will be right back. Also, thank you for the likes on YouTube. That's huge. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and we already ran ads on Twitch, so hey, thanks, Twitch. All right, I'll be right back. right, boys, we're back in it. We're back in it, boys. So, back to what we were doing. Gonna prove the armor calc right now. And take this. One, 1738. Rid of this. Uh, 23. 33. 28. 34. 'That was a crit. 21. 29. 1738. Hey, I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. 36. Crit. It's so weird. You know they've been crit. So it determines these effects before it applies the damage. Like, it showed as yellow. So I know nobody else like gives a shit about this, right? But let's look here. So we have our base damage number, 439. It starts turning yellow on this, on this. That's now yellow. 1, 2. And 2 frames later, it registers the crit damage. Is that not crazy? Maybe that's just me. Like, isn't that interesting? Like, why does it work that way? Hold on, do we both hit right there? No, she hits there, then I hit. Yes, okay. 24. Thanks again, Nukem. $25. $31. Also, hey, I didn't even notice this real quick. We were at like 3 people who signed up for Factor on Friday. Shout out to 7 people who signed up for Factor. Thank you. That's actually huge. I am sponsored by Factor. That's ending soon. I think it's ending on like the 16th. 50% off your first order, free shipping if you're in the US and you're a new member. Go get yourself some Factor, !Factor on Twitch. It's also in the description on YouTube. That is going directly into the house fund. What up, Frosty? 804 Michael, thank you very much for the follow. I'm detail oriented. I would say so. I think that's a fair representation of who I am as a person. $37. I could not for the life of me. $39. $28. $28 again. It's fun. $11.33. 36. 36. $27. I don't really need any of these damage numbers that aren't in the range of that I've already captured in the range. 39. $27. $37. $39. $38. $21. $39. $30. $41. $38. $25. $39. $34. I don't think I really need to go any further here, but hold on. Okay. This is equal to min of this min max hold on. This is equal to max. God damn it. Screwed it up. Okay. Called this base. Base is 50 to 78. Okay. So, to figure out how much DR this target has, This is our equation here. Supposedly. Let's do armor. 844. Right? So, min DR, max DR. Max DR is equal to this multiplied by my DR percent. This multiplied by my DR percent. Where my DR... This multiplied by a number is equal to that one. This multiplied by a percentage is equal to 41. 41 divided by this gives me my percentage. Okay. So this is equal to this divided by this. That's my DR percent. Right? Okay. That's how much DR got me here. This is how I get my DR. So, to figure out how much... Why won't my brain think about this, right? This is my DR percent. I'm trying to figure out... I know the numbers, so I'm trying to figure out what is the multiplier have to be, right? Needed multi to get to this number. To get to this number, because it's this is equal to let me think this out. It's this fuck. Let me just write it out, right? Let me just write it out. So 0.42 is equal to the armor divided by the armor plus X times the damage right? That's the equation. Yes. So I just have to multiply by the inverse, right? So we start off with 0.42 divided by this. How do I get X out of here? Somebody help me think about this. I just have to multiply by the inverse, right? And that gets me 1 is equal to this thing divided by this multiplied by why won't my brain think about this? No, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay. So here's what we need to accomplish. The equation for your DR. So DR is equal to your armor divided by your armor plus some number X multiplied by your damage. In this instance, the damage was 50. We know the DR value. The DR value is 0.42. We also know the armor value, where armor value is 844 and 844. So what we can get to is this, right? Is equal to 844. In my brain, so it should be 0.42 multiplied by 844. Because if this was just 844 plus whatever, just a whole number, I could do 0.42 times 8.44 plus 0.42 multiplied by that. So then it is plus 0.42 multiplied by x multiplied by 50, right? Is equal to 844. That's a true statement. So then it becomes 844 minus 0.42 multiplied by 844 divided by 0.42 times 50. Is that accurate? I believe so. That should be equal to x. Then this is equal to 844 minus 0.42 multiplied by 844 divided by 0.42 multiplied by 50. That is what that number is. But that can't be true. Oh, my head is in the middle of the calc? Fuck. Ava, help. Ava, help. Am I like crazy? This is correct, right? Raven, thank you very much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Like, this is true. Somebody very quickly explain, tell me if I'm wrong. This is a true statement, though. X is equal to how are we getting X is equal? How are we getting this? How are we getting this? Does this hold weight the other way? No. It shouldn't, though. The DR should be a different value. But the X should be the same number. X should be the same number, shouldn't it? Yes, it does, PJ. X is a constant. Because that's not DR. That's your damage value after DR. Oh, right. Yeah, this has to be flipped. Right, because you have less DR. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily change a whole bunch, but it kind of does, right? That returns a value of 12. That, oh, it is a 12. Yeah. All right. Well, it is a 12. Let me just fix this so that I look a little bit less crazy. That's why it didn't make sense. Good catch. Good catch. I also, while it sucks that I didn't catch that initially, which just sucks, what's cool about it is that I at least got this part right, because I gotta tell you, when I was first trying to get to here and my brain wouldn't let me do it, I didn't like that, because it was just multiplying some numbers with some basic fucking algebra in the way. Okay. 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 Now, that does mean the value is 12, which is just nice to know. So since we know the number is 12, then that means that our expected here is accurate. 2521 to 3266. So, how are we? How are we getting to this number? Dinamine, thank you very much for the follow. Because it looks like it's approaching 25% damage bonus. And I can't make my damage numbers go any higher right now. We're like, so the damage I was outputting was at the point where we have effectively nullified the expected, like, we have effectively nullified the impact the armor would have had on our damage in the first place. I guess we could prove that. I think we should prove that, right? What if the boss has 3 times its base armor? Can you speak on that, Ava? Like, are you saying that the value that it's going down to is not necessarily representative of what it's... Like, you might be reducing it to its base value, but its base value is not what its true value is? Is that the question? Like, in reality, it has 10,000 armor, but it has base armor that's being modified due to a boss multi. So in its like stat sheet, it has a lower base armor than its true armor. So yeah, I guess we can prove right now. We could just prove this. And I don't think we even need to do all 3. We could do 2 and we can compare it off of this one. Where this one, 2 gem, we had 1801 and 2333. Where we're only expecting 3% damage. Testing armor. And here, damage. Armor. Sorry, this one is actually here, and this is 2 hand plus 2 gem, which is 1 hand. Because armor value is question mark. Well, we don't actually, you know what? We don't even really have to. Like, the fact that we could use this and cake this number and get back to the X variable that it should be means that the DR is behaving as if he has this much armor in the first place, right? If he had a different true armor value, we wouldn't be able to get to the multi that was quoted as the multi. I could still double check it, but I mean, I'm going to fuck it. It'll take me 10 minutes. Let's go. We're just gonna go test it.
The second of the...
Remember when I started this stream and I said I was gonna finish Act 3 and get to Cruel? And now it's been 3 hours. Y'all remember that? That's fun.
Bow before your
You were supposed to go to bed? Yeah, boo-boo, it's midnight. It's tomorrow. Typical Mac stream. You're not wrong. Also, say you're cooking dinner, very good. The assumption that the base armor is a set amount, since reduced armor is known, we might have an inaccurate assumption regarding the expected damage. Sure. Yeah, I think we can double check that right now. This boss is badass. This boss is very good. No one will know if you change the... Also, hey everybody, question for you. I have a very awesome artist friend by the name of CB Doodles. They also stream, that are working basically on a like fully immersed wall-to-wall redesign and rebrand. Yo, what up, CB? Where I want to have like a full set of custom emotes with this character face, an animated version of this character to use in thumbnails, as opposed to just the same like 8 pictures I have of my own fucking real face. And to be able to make my like whole kind of brand image a bit more cohesive, because I'm kind of just running off of my original logo, which is done by Possum Snow, which is awesome, and I'm not going to toss that away. But I've just been cannibalizing it for different things, and I don't really have like a good thing here. How are we feeling about the potential rebrand here? Hold on, let me show you. Because this is what I've been using in a lot of places, which is awesome. I love this. This is like so good. But I did legit just cut the head off of this. Right? I just straight up cut the head off of this. So it doesn't really like fit well into borders. It's kind of like way too big. It's also like kind of challenging to understand what's going on here. And now we're looking to make it a bit more cohesive, make it a whole new thing. This is the original sketch. And that's Siebes right there. Shoutouts to Siebes. They're my real life friend. They're also going to be somebody that I give money to for art. But I'm excited about it. Shout out to Possum as well. He did great work. Like, he did phenomenal work on this. Want to see, but I like the idea of having, this is you know how like, what is it, like Rage Gaming or whatever kind of has that dude. I liked the dude. I'll end that there. But I like the idea of having like a suite of these to use, so that when you're looking at my thumbnail, it's not, you know, me with a big wah, which is fine, and there's no hate to that either, but it's generally poorly received. Whereas having a little animated guy, I think, is received a lot better, because you can understand that the little character guy is like a metaphor, as opposed to like, oh, I made this face when this happened kind of deal. All right. Oh, yeah, that sure is 5 minutes of this recording is me talking about that.
We submit. You are finished.
Of the desert! For my people!
No! This data set doesn't have to be like super robust, because I'm looking to verify. I mean, I guess the data set needs to be the same level of robust to verify the same veracity of the conclusion, but kind of not. I think we're fairly confident in what we're saying, but... Okay. Media pool. Boodly boop. Okay, so we get to here. Get my little data sheet. Boobity boop. Oh, and I need to hop in real quick. Okay. Okay. 2126. Two one three six 2136. 3884 3884 3884 3884 3884 5810 5810 5810 ba 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 32 7932 7932 7932 7932. Also, Steebs, if you're still here, welcome to what I do on my stream. Welcome to collecting data via, you know, combat frame analysis to figure out damage output of a weapon with a set variable to reverse calculate, to reverse engineer what the 9767, what the armor damage reduction equation must be in a video game. 9767 9767 9767 9767. This is why people watch me. 11674 674 674 674 11674. 651 651 651 651 602 602 602 602 658 658 658 658 8 468 468 468 468 468 317 317 317. Yeah. Oh, it's 2-1. Hey, yeah, I got that one. Good job. Lurk for food. Enjoy your din din. Jamanra sounds like Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. That's a name I have not heard in a grip. Okay, that's enough. So the expected DR values here. So I didn't get my actual max, but yeah, we got the I didn't get a high enough max value in this data set to get there, but the men being within range I think is good enough. All right, so where does this leave us? How do we get to the 25% damage bonus? That's the bit I don't necessarily know how to calculate here. Okay. For it to be a 25% bonus, does the armor calc account for this? It kind of should, right? Let's look at the thing. $4104 is equal to X multiplied by 1 minus what would the calc need to look like? Hold on. Let's think about it. So we have the armor calc. Give me back my armor calc. The armor calc is minus 844 over minus 844 plus this times this. What number does that give me? That doesn't make sense. Oh, I know what we can do. Because what if negative armor damage bonus is actually just percentage of base armor in negative up to 100% multiplied by 0.25. You just get a quarter of the percentage of negative armor to base you are in negative. That's all I would have to show. I would just have to show this one, right? I actually just have to get to, I just have to do this same equation. I just have to do the same thing, but get to a value as close as I can approximate to just like half. Be -422. And then collect data from this point. Yeah. Okay. So to do that, I just need to be able to like fine tune. Hold on. Also doing this without sound on is weird. So hold on. Let me get rid of all this. Right. So all I need to do, breaks 43 armor. Swap. No. Swap.
We are vengeance.
And do this one. Okay, so hold on.
We will have what is ours.
We're running out of time. End this.
My queen, take the beast.
Oh, I can't break below 0 here. So I have to put my points in.
I don't have time
Hold on.
for this. Stand.
I have to put my points in.
To my will, impede my enemies.
I mean, -577 is kind of fine too, right? Right, that's kind of fine. Yeah. Start recording.
Forth, damn you. Take
No! Oh,
our
fuck!
hate.
I need the support gem that says you can't break armor with the attack. That's what I need. Okay.
Blood. Forge of hate.
Yeah, there's one that says like attack cannot break armor. There's no other cannot break armor. Is there anybody in chat right now who can help me test this? Who has a Warbringer? Who could come in here, break Jimenra's armor to like -400, and then stop attacking so I can collect data? There's someone here. I'm gonna ask if there's anybody in Maxwell who could come help me. Oh yeah, don't stay in town too long, you're right. Now here's the very interesting part though. Why is the bonus so much higher here? Right? Whereas all of these ones are like near basically all in the range of the same. Why are these different? How are these different? Hold on. I should be doing 100% bonus damage? Oh. Hold on. Hey. Hey, I just remembered I have 100% increased bonus damage against targets that are fully armor broken? Hold on. Hold the front door. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on just a moment.
Greetings. I've changed my mind.
Hold the front door.
quickly.
Nothing is set in stone.
Do all damage multipliers go into one big multiplier bucket? Is your off gear increased damage one large bucket? How do you calculate damage in this game? So for 10% to only represent for 10% damage to only represent a 2.66 damage increase. So this is equal to 1.0266. It's actually 1.0266429984 is equal to 1 plus x plus 0.1 divided by 1 plus x. Hold on, I gotta figure out how much additive damage I have because the game won't fucking tell me anywhere. Real quick, does the game tell me anywhere where my total bonus damage is? Oh, I can figure it out this way, right? Where my physical damage is this number, so my total bonus has to be... My total bonus with mace has to be... 927 divided by 122 is a 7.59 multi. So this becomes 1.2222 is equal to 1 That doesn't add up. $7.8. That should be how I get there, right? It's equal to this. Oh no, this could be true. No, it shouldn't modify it. Is this number to be so... Oh! Damage with maces will also modify the... So... Wait, hold on. 927 to 1200. 927 to 1200, okay. $927 to 1200. Right. Then we'll go add, well, oh, I don't need to be, well, doesn't really matter. Then I will add these two nodes, which should be 25% more damage added to my bucket. We added 25% damage to my bucket. 25% was a 6% damage increase. So what number compared to what number plus 25 is this? Yeah, it becomes... One plus x plus 0.25 over 1 plus x is equal to 1.065803668, right? I just kind of like reverse engineer it, where like I don't actually have to do the, I don't actually have to figure out how to do the equation. I could just input numbers. Oh no, what number is 0.256% of? What number is... I've been doing too much stuff, now my brain is stupid. What number is 0.256% of? .25 divided by And how do we get to this number? Oh, because the skill has a modifier. The skill is 201. Yeah. So its base damage is actually 201 of this. This is equal to 122 multiplied by 2.01. That and the end result is the 927. Yes, okay, we're fucking figuring it out, boys. Okay. So our this is our current multi. If I were to take all of my multipliers, is that true? 25, 39, 43. 55, 70, 85, 135, 147, 159, 171, 183, 201, 211, 231, 241, 257, 267, 277, 285, 293. It's close. We have some rounding errors here, but that is how much I have. Okay. So if I have 293 currently, hold on, has this been doing nothing the entire time? Holy shit, y'all. This might have been doing nothing the entire time. Oh, fuck. That's my 25% damage increase. Right there. Is from the bonus that I currently have. Oh, holy shit, this might have been doing nothing the whole time. Ooh, okay. What up, Brody? Am I winning? I've spent the past 3 hours collecting data only to find out that a variable I hadn't considered might be impacting the outcome of my data collection. And if that's true, breaking an enemy armor down past negative might do nothing. Oh my god. I have to prove it, Rhodey, but like, holy shit. Holy. Oh, no. All right. I need some sugar. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a yogurt. And then we're going to get a data set to prove this statement. I think this might be doing nothing. Which would have a lot of implications. 1801 to 2333. So it's against this data set. Oh, wowie. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay.
What can I say? This day 70 months ago a creator got the ability to gain subscribers. Since then records were broken, new games were streamed, and even talks with Blizzard themselves happened. Throughout it all this streamer stuck through it all and showed why they were special.
This stream is you. Keep up the great work. I'll be here cheering for you as long as I have $6 to my name. Thank you very much, Inventor of Soup. I appreciate you. Everybody, this is Inventor of Soup. They are my day one ride or die. They're my real friend life, and they're my real friend life. They're my real friend life. I love them very much, and they are the person who is single-handedly the longest subscriber to my channel ever since the beginning. 70 months. Nearly 6 years. I'm real friend life. Okay. What up, Allison? Still a noob? Quite literally. Although I am about to revolutionize, unironically, people's current understanding of an entire functionality in a brand new video game. So, like, pretty cool. I guess noobs can do stuff too. But yeah, so let's go ahead and test it. I've been recording this whole time for 36 minutes. That's great. Okay, so here's the setup. I need to hit him with this, because that's what we're doing right here. I need to fully break their armor. I have removed these points. And I think nothing's going to happen. I think we're not going to see a damage bonus. Straight up. Start recording.
The second of the Artura. Bow before your king.
We
Okay.
skin them. Submit. You are finished.
We are. I will not fall. Doom of the desert.
We need to be super sure of this. So I think I'm even willing to run this test a few times.
The Marrakech will pay. We are endless. The Marrakech will pay. My queen, take.
Okay. So there's that. How you doing, Soup? Oh, Soup. I'm working with CB Doodle to get a whole brand new suite of emotes and thumbnail images and logo and all that done. Really up in the ante here. So you're gonna have all new emotes that you have effectively spent far too much money on to have the right to use. Okay. First data point to collect. Equal to 8561 minus 6232. This is 10972 minus 8592. This is 13278 minus 10994. This is a 15423 minus 13307. This is 17352 minus 15450. This is 19387 minus 17378. This equal to 21675 minus 19419. This is 23877 minus 21704. Playing whack-a-mole. This is 5214 minus 3062. This is 7277 minus 5246. This is 9526 minus 7299. This is 11608 minus 9553. So it's 13588 minus 11635. $15,742 minus 13,614. And just for sanity's sake, yeah, I'm still missing the 3 points. We'll do 17,714 minus 15,764. This is 21860 minus 19674. Around for a little bit like an idiot. This is equal to 24324 minus 22161. 26299 minus 24258. Only 1200 damage. I think he gets a weird like 50% DR when he starts transitioning between stuff. Or maybe, oh, you know what it might be? He might stop reading status effects on him, so he might not be reading the minus armor. Because both of those hits did like 1,000 damage and nothing else changed. So either the status has fallen off. Yeah, I can't even imagine what's happening. Something weird happens when he transitions between phases where he stops taking full damage all of a sudden. Min. Max. We need another data set. I need this data set again. Because a lot of my multis are all for two-handed maces, but not all of them. And this would apply. This is why this one was so wild and why it was so much larger. So I have to get this data set again as well.
The beast.
Let's get this data set again.
I don't have time for this. Sands, bends to my will. Impede my enemies.
I want the armor to fall. I want the armor effect to fall off, and then I'll reapply it.
Our gift to you. The Manifest will pay.
Okay. And now.
Our gift to you.
Hold on. This is... I'm comparing it incorrectly. Yeah, 50 to 78 is the comparison that I made.
The era of the Faradun is now. The Manifest will pay. Take on hate. Damn you! Forge our paint! The era of the Farragut is now! The Marrakech will pay!
Frost Mage Infernal Switch dropped power from my monk. Awesome. GG. That's awesome. What's going on, Chris? How are you? And my boy, Blood, what it do? Okay, so let's look at this data set as well. Here where I was doing all this increased damage before. This was my OG data. We're supposed to be in J. Okay. Glad to see you streaming. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, it's good to be streaming. It's also good to be doing what we're doing, which is our natural habitat of testing.
Thanks again. Your work I is underrated as the work of local identity for POB.
Yo. T1, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're having a good time with the build. I'm glad you were able to innovate on it as well. Underrated as the work of local identity for POB. Hey, you know, POB creator, get at me. Waited for the armor effect to break off. Oh, and then I had to remove those gems. Okay. No. Move the gems. $113. It's already kind of interesting. 113. That is 85. That is 87. That is 79. $36. 70 is 83. Waiting for you to build a Dragon Den in this game? I don't know if you can. I don't know if there's like a fire aura. Is 53, is 80, is 91. We're getting some damage boost here. We're definitely getting a damage boost. What up, Blixie? How you doing? 62, 70, 81. '81, 86. $109. Watching movie, just lurking. Hey. Well, thank you for lurking. 100. So we're getting some damage bonus here over base. Like something is occurring here. 86.91. Yeah, this is Warrior in PoE 2. I'm enjoying PoE 2 quite a bit. $79. $79. No 5. No 5. A 103. $81. So how am I getting a damage boost at all here? $94. Wait. $96. I was like, hey, bud, that math doesn't math. 100. $94. 88. $109. $88. $114. $91. $113. All right, I think that's enough data points to do analysis. Min. Oh, hold on. Boop. Max. Now, how is this possible? I never got... Oh, no, this is just supposed to be 91. Never got a 191 hit. So this is very interesting. Now, how do I explain this? How do we explain this difference? For on a smaller damage weapon, there is a boost that I can't account for in the rest of what we have going on. Where the fuck is PoE? Here it is. These are gone. This is a mace. That's all crit. This is strength. It's all two-handed weapons. YouTube says, "Let get to cruel." I assume means there's a typo. There you go, I fixed it. I did follow it up with, "You sound like a Muslim guy." I don't think a typo is indicative of a religion. But sure. Sure, my guy. Thanks for letting me know about the typo. Religions don't normally sound like a thing. Just as like a quick heads up. So how do I account for this? $50 to $78. Oh, holy shit. It is just straight up. It's just straight up the negative of the DR. That sucks so bad. It's just the opposite of the DR value. Wow, that took a long time to get there. So it's just the inverse of the expected value. Are there stats on the Pinnacle boss yet? Like how much armor the Pinnacle boss has? Does anybody know? Like the Burning Tower Pinnacle boss? Do you know where that info is, Retro? Does anybody know? Also, what is it? The Arbiter of Ash? Where would I find that information? So it looks like this is saying that he has 8,220 armor. Retro, would you possibly be able to go onto your? Are you able to access your warrior right now? And can you tell me what your sheet damage is for whatever attack you're using? Spec trading? Okay. Yeah, like, obviously, take your time. I cannot do this thing. Imploding impacts does nothing.
It easy. Them into a spreadsheet here for you regarding armor break in Path of Exile 2. Long story short, I don't know.
I want to know what your sheet damage is on whatever attack skill you're using. Like just whatever this says right here, this range in physical damage on whatever skill you're using on your warrior.
I don't know if it's bugged, and I also don't know if it's working as intended. Given the data here, I have a very small sample size, so it's hard to really come to a conclusion here. I need you guys' help. You guys to understand math statistics build overview video for the Warbringer armor break build that I'm doing by Mr. Druga Strong, which is armor when you break it, which is the Act 3 final boss working at all. And the testing that he did is he simply went to Doriani, which is the Act 3 final boss, on Cruel Divani, like under
So people
different
already know
conditions,
this.
until Doriani was heavy stunned, and then he recorded the damage that he did. I did the same thing. I also made sure I had no rage, so when you hit a target and you gain rage, you gain more damage. So removed that. I removed the % increased damage against enemies with broken armor's passive nodes. I also spec'd into Resolute Technique, so I made sure that I wasn't critting for extra bonus per sheet here. These are my stats here where I did all the test damage is in that arm form effects, the damage number times here, we can go % damage the sheet 425 money, which is loading impact. Support that lets you do was support amount of damage, but with one the exact. Just see these my see Warbringer. I'm not respecing the.
Oh, howdy. Go grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2.
Okay, so this is such a crazy build. Today, I want to highlight Woolie's Armor Break Warbringer build, which really reminds me of Infernal Blow from Path of Exile 1 with all of the explosions and clearing the entire...
Yeah. Okay.
I've no more room.
Because I just want to have an example of like, hey, you know, when does a build stop getting anything at all from this? Because you do get something out of it as long as so like whatever skill you're using. So like if you're using whatever, it could be any of the skills. Like whichever skill you're using to do damage on your armor breaker. Your armor breaking build. Like, was it like Sunder or whichever one? You were just swinging base? Oh, okay. Interesting. How much damage is Shout Barb doing? Can I like click into this to see a planner? We do not have the technology. The long hair guy I watched, that was Wooly? Right here? Wooly? My build. Yo, rest in peace to the guys at Mobile X who have to make PoE 2 builds. I mean, rest in peace to everybody who has to make PoE 2 builds, but like... It's so fucking funny. This is basically like what I had started working towards. Which is kind of funny because I was like, how do I make this build do damage? Oh, I know. I need to set up bone shatters. So what I'll do is run armor explosion on my armor breaker. So I can just quick set that up. So I'll just armor break, bone shatter, armor break, bone shatter, armor break, bone shatter. And then for bosses, I'll sunder. That's funny. And then impact shockwave, because when I bone shatter, I'll drop this as well. Huh. Sanity's near gone. Good luck, Nukem. This is so wild. So, like, people are aware of this. And I just spent all this time testing it kind of for fucking nothing. No, I mean more so that the negative armor value does effectively nothing. Like for this to do something, right? $8240. Like, this is how much this node will grant you if you're just doing the same amount of damage as the Arbiter has armor. So effectively nothing. All right, let's, I'm recording the video anyways. I'll be honest with you. Okay. I'm insanely warm. Hold on a second. Alrighty. How do I want to start this? So like many of you who might have gotten a little bit tired with the endgame that's currently available in Path of Exile 2, I decided to start my second character. For me, I wanted to go with kind of a Warcry totem, kind of thinking about like a Diablo 2 barbarian style here. And I made it all the way to level 42 in Act 3. I was actually trying to get into Cruel difficulty today, when I found out that the entirety of my build just won't actually do anything. My Ascendancy does not actually increase the damage of my build. And it turns out that the entirety of the armor system, the breaking armor system, and the negative armor systems in PoE 2 right now are effectively fully scams. Now, I want to go ahead and make sure to give credit where credit's due. While I just spent 6 hours painstakingly and manually calculating and running tests for all of this, it turns out that some other people have been aware of this, and it's generally been trickling throughout the community. Way back on December 11th, creator Wooly actually put out a video discussing this based off a bug that was something that was reported to them because they have been piloting a break armor explosion build, which funnily enough is kind of where I was naturally building into. I'm not really following a build guide right now. And in this video where he basically asked the question, hey, what's up with this? There are people who went through and did the math and figured it out. Now, I wish that I had found this 6 hours ago, but I still feel like it warrants being talked about, because I don't think that everybody is necessarily fully aware of this, don't understand the mechanics as they currently work, and also there's still just a bunch of like kind of random questions about how armor is working Path of Exile and why it is just so valueless, especially in the end game. So let's go ahead and break that all down, and let me show you what I'm talking about so that you have any idea of what I'm rambling on. The Warbringer Ascendancy, after you get at least 4 points, has Imploding Impacts. Imploding Impacts allows you to take a monster's armor and reduce it to a negative value. The negative value of the armor can go all the way down to whatever the monster's base armor is. And to understand what this means, I kind of went around and asked people, like, literally, what does negative armor mean? Because there is an equation to armor, and making it negative doesn't really make sense. The way that armor works in Path of Exile 2 as it stands right now appears to be an older, less valuable version of armor that was originally in PoE 1 that eventually got buffed. But for you to understand it, you have to look at the interaction between the damage that you're dealing and the armor that the monster has. In this example, my character's just using a regular club. This regular club, with nothing really modifying it other than the passive amounts of increased damage that I have from my passive skill tree, is going to do a whopping 50 to 78 damage. So that's where we got the numbers in our datasheet. Here you'll see the minimum of 50 and the maximum of 78. And the person that I'm fighting is the Jormana Act Boss, the end of Act 2, the dude at the end of the Juggernaut. And he just so happens to have 884 armor. We figured that out by fully breaking his armor down into the negatives, because it turns out when you can break a monster's armor, it goes negative equal to its total. So he starts off with 844, you can break him all the way down to negative 844. And the way that the equation works, it actually puts your armor above it. Stupid. And the way that the armor calculation in PoE 1 currently works takes your armor divided by your armor plus 5 times the damage of the incoming source to figure out what percentage of damage you're doing. And what that means is the more damage that you're doing, the less the armor stops. I was educated about this in one of my comments in my very early videos because I just didn't quite understand how it works here. But it has this very interesting interaction. The less damage you do, the more the armor stops. The more damage you do, the less the armor stops. That almost makes sense. One of my major issues with it is it turns your average expected damage on your weapon into a number that's not really true. Because at the minimum damage that you do, you literally do less damage, and the higher damage that you do more damage. So the average expected damage against a target that has armor is actually shifted towards the maximum damage side. You don't really need to know that, but it generally pisses me off that I can't just take the two numbers, add them together, and divide by 2 to figure out my average damage. But if this is true, how do you calculate how much bonus damage you're going to do if the monster has negative armor? Well, if we were to take this same example here and just start adding damage up until we reach the armor value, what does the expected DR look like? So I'm going to say we're now doing 884 damage. The incoming damage would be reduced by 7%. Meaning that after that 7%, if the monster had 884 armor, I do 884 damage. I'm expected to do 816 damage. Basically approaching true damage here. Now, the same is true if I were to go in the opposite direction. Rather than increasing my damage, if I were to just decrease the armor. Right now, without using my Ascension, I could fully reduce... Right now, without my Ascension, I could fully break a monster's armor. I could reduce it down to 0, and if I were to do so, you'll see that they have no DR value, and I'm now doing true damage. Again, perfectly simple. Once you understand how armor is working, that's fine. The important thing to note, though, is that as opposed to 5 times the incoming damage, it's actually 12 times the incoming damage. This is why armor feels so bad, especially in the endgame. Your armor value can only get so high, but monsters' damage will continue to scale with difficulty, tiering, and then additional modifiers that you may find in your Atlas passive. So the maximum potential of what you can mitigate with armor continues to get lower and lower. And the interesting part about this is that you could do so much damage so as to effectively mitigate all benefits of armor. Like if I were to go ahead and put on this significantly larger damage source here and then add on a couple gems, just to give you an example here, my weapon is now doing a whopping total of 2,500 to 3,200 damage. How much DR would this boss have against me if I were to use these numbers? Well, if we bump him back up to 884 armor, and I were to take the top end of this, so 3,266, the monster is going to be reducing my incoming damage by 2%. I'm basically doing true damage, even though I haven't reduced their armor yet. And it's because in this equation, it's taking this armor, which is static, and multiplying my damage by 12. So then it really begs the question, what does reducing a monster's armor into the negatives do for you? Like this monster currently has 884 armor. If I just make this negative, what does the calculation show me? Well, it shows me negative 0.02 because it's literally just the inverse of what we were doing before, right? It's just the negative value of the same thing. So the top end is going to be a negative value and the bottom end is the same structure, but with a negative symbol on it. So we're basically still doing true damage, but there's no way that the more and more damage you do against a target who has a static amount of armor, the less valuable you would get out of your ascension, right? Like it wouldn't make any sense that if my character were doing enough damage, this ascension effectively does nothing. Because I don't think that anybody would ever argue that increasing your damage by 2% would be worth putting an ascension point in. Basically anything else that you would put down here would be worth more than that. But sadly, that's true. Now, the reason why this took me so many hours to test is because I forgot one little bonus damage node in my passive skill tree. I have increased damage to targets who have their armor fully broken, and I didn't realize that at the time of my testing. So I tested this with a lot of different setups, and then went on to just test how armor worked in general, just make sure that I wasn't completely crazy, and sat here and basically reverse engineered what this X value had to be in the equation, which this is how we figured out that it is 12, and just kind of corroborated that finding that the rest of the community already has. But then if this was true, I basically had to ask the question of, does it even work? Looking at my original set of data that I had gotten, which was showing an increase of nearly 25% increased damage, which led me to believe that what if it was just how negative the monster's armor was how much of a percentage of 25% bonus you would get. And at the end of the day, if one ascension point was worth a 25% damage multiplier, that's not completely garbage, but like still didn't make sense. It just didn't add up to me. And that's when I realized that I accidentally had these points left in my passive tree. So then I had to go and test it again with my does it even work data. And it turns out that the damage value that I got from min and max over like 20 something plus data points here was basically pound for pound the exact expected damage against a target who effectively had no armor at all, doing true damage against them, with a very small differential here, a 2% damage difference. But hold on now. That 2% damage difference looks really familiar. It's the 2% damage difference here in the equation if you had negative armor equal to your fully broken armor. So what does that mean for you? Because that was a lot of gobbledygook if you're not somebody who really cares about Excel and Excel sheets. Well, I think what is really important to look at is actually when I was using a weapon with a much smaller value, that original club I was using. That original club has a damage value between 50 and 78, just to remind you. And if I were to put those values back in here so that it makes sense, you'll see that we expect to have 59% damage reduction against our 50 damage because the target has 884 armor, and 48% damage reduction against the top end of 78. Now, what values did I get for my damage bonus once I had fully broken all the way down to negative 844? Well, it shouldn't surprise you at this point. The minimum and maximum damage that I dealt with my weapon after fully breaking this boss down to minus 884 was 79 minimum damage and 114 maximum damage, which, in comparison to my base damage, showed a differential of 58% damage for the minimum and 46% damage for the maximum. Let's look back over here just to remind ourselves. This is the 59% damage and the 48% damage here. Now, obviously, there are some rounding errors. What they show in game actually doesn't show the floating decimal points. And if I were to continue to collect data, these numbers would get closer and closer together. It turns out that the bonus damage that you do against a target is increased by the same amount that it would have reduced your damage by if they had their full armor. Which means that, funnily enough, this total damage increase that we're getting from using a smaller weapon is significantly larger than the damage bonus we're getting from using a weapon that exceeds the armor of the target. Now, there's no weird way to abuse this, right? You're not going to be able to walk around and use like a 2 damage weapon and get like a near infinite increase in your damage and then swap around, because taking a 1 damage weapon and doubling it still only makes it do 2 damage. You always want to be doing significantly more damage than the armor of the target, but it does mean that this node, once you get to a high enough level, does absolutely nothing. And I just wanted to use an example of one of the hardest to fight bosses, even at its base, like rank 1 level of it, to give you an idea of how trivial it is to trivialize the armor value of monsters in this game. Now, I'm currently using the PoE2 database, and I'm looking at the Arbiter of Ash. This is the pinnacle boss in the Burning Tower, the thing that most people are kind of shooting for being able to beat, to say like, hey, I did some endgame content. I cannot verify the veracity of this data, but what it's showing is, at a basis, the Arbiter only has 8,240 armor. Now, this doesn't take into account any modifiers you might have on stuff, whether or not you have like increased their monster level through your Atlas passive skill points, etc. I can't tell you what the total top-end armor value of it is. If you could post it down in the comments, I would appreciate that, because I want to be speaking from as educated a position as possible. But when we're talking about 8,240 armor, that's really not a lot. Just as an example here, let's go ahead and assume that we're fighting the Arbiter and that they do have this much armor, 8,240. And let's say your base attack is only doing 8,240 damage, which is light work. Considering on my level 42 warrior, with basically no points in my passive tree. In fact, I've taken some out using a very low level, very, like low mod value weapon on base Mace Strike that only does 200% of your weapon damage, only 3 skill gems. I'm already doing 3,200 damage on the auto attack Mace Strike. So getting up to the amount of damage that they have in armor is basically adding on 1 more gem here and reaching level 80. Maybe you don't even have to go that far. But what that means is that against the Arbiter of Ash, only doing the amount of damage that they have in armor would only get you a 7% damage increase. Because if I were to drop this down to 8,240, that is wild. I don't even know how that's possible. How is that possible? How is it not the same number here? Oh, because this damage value changes. Yeah. That still doesn't quite make sense. I don't know what to do about that, and I won't explore it right now. But as long as what I've tested holds true as these numbers continue to get larger and larger, the expected DR value of doing the same amount of damage that they have as armor is the expected increase in damage that you'll get. All of a sudden, on a character who's apparently choosing to not fully explore all the damage options that they have, is only going to gain a whopping 7% damage against this boss after fully reducing their armor all the way down to negative 8,240. And that obviously doesn't seem like it's intended in any meaningful way. While someone can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think that any of the other ascension points, especially the ones at the end of a link, are giving you diminishing returns as your character gets stronger. Most of them tend to continue to impact what your character can do in a completely linear fashion, or bare minimum just maintain the exact damage multi that it offers. You know, like if it increases your damage by 50%, increase your damage by 50%. You really don't have to worry about whether or not it's getting worse the stronger that you get. But I just want to go ahead and put this video out there because I myself couldn't immediately find the answer. And again, shoutouts to Wooly. I'll put his video down in the description just so that you can see, like, one of the first people I believe was asking this question and the people down in the comments who were originally verifying it. I'm glad that I was able to verify it as well with my own testing. That's generally how I like to approach playing video games. If it says that it doesn't work and it seems like it's a bug or maybe just not functioning as intended by the developers, I like to make sure that I can back that up with the own data that I can generate myself. Now, is breaking armor garbage? No, actually, a fully broken armor makes it so that you're doing effective true damage with physical damage against targets who had armor in the first place. That's very valuable. In addition to that, using support gems like the armor explosion, where upon breaking armor you do an explosion area of effect, that's still very powerful. What it basically just means is that if you are playing a Warbringer, you basically don't have to click this node at all, and you probably also don't have to click this node. You can already very efficiently break armor with even just these two nodes right here. And then in addition to using Armor Breaker or whatever combination of support systems that you are. In the early game, it's kind of worth it to put the points in here, but the moment that, if you could verify this, obviously it would be a little bit hard in game, but the moment that you're doing the same amount of damage that they have as armor, you're effectively getting nothing out of this. Now, does that mean that people currently recommending clicking it are all wrong? No, it really depends on where in your journey you are. Because remember, if you have like very little damage on your weapon, or maybe you're nowhere near the amount of armor that the target has, breaking it down to negative value will give you a bonus. It's just endgame builds are quite literally seeing near like marginally statistically irrelevant increases in damage. I had people reporting in my chat who are trying a Warbringer build saying that they basically felt like nothing happened once they clicked this and just kind of ran out of resources to respec out of it. Thank you very much for watching this video. Again, shout out to the people who have already discovered this in the past. I hope that in putting out this video, it basically just, one, shows you all what I'm up to, the way that I approach playing these games, but also just kind of amplifies the message just to get it out there. I'm almost positive at this point GGG has to be aware of this, but maybe with more videos like this, they will become more abundantly aware of it and approach this differently. Even if it's working as intended, I can't imagine that there's a universe where they expected either player damage to reach a point where it would invalidate it, or two, they thought that the scaling of armor in the game would somehow mitigate it in a different way. But I'd also like to hear you all shout out down below of what you expect this to do. Should there be like a total damage bonus that you get from bringing them down towards their base armor in negative? Maybe you can get up to 100% bonus damage if you sit down and take the time to do it, or maybe that's too strong, maybe 50% or 30%, something similar to a support gem, but for all of your skills. I'd love to hear from you. If you're brand new to the channel, consider subscribing. I don't want you to miss out on anything like this as we continue to explore Path of Exile 2 and our overall knowledge as a community gets deeper and deeper. And if you like the video, go ahead and toss a like on it as well. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I deeply appreciate you watching this video. And as always, I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All right. Well. 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 All right. Great time to end stream, I think. It's like when you first get it, the node is like kind of helpful, but I've already eclipsed its usefulness against the content that I'm doing. Imploding Impacts is bugged. Or it's not bugged. The way that it functions is useless. It's functioning as in... It is functioning according to what the calculation for armor would lead you to believe, but it's just directly based off of how much DR the monster would have been afforded to you if it had armor inversed. And what that means is that once you are doing the same amount of damage as they have armor, it's useless. Like, if armor mitigated more damage, like, if we were to look at it this way, where if armor mitigated more damage, like if they modified armor damage mitigation from a 12x multi of the damage to only a 5x multi like PoE 1, this would only net you 16% damage increase, and it would continue. It would suffer from the same issues, but it is just useless. You gain 7% increased damage when you are breaking their armor and doing damage equal to their armor. And people should be doing significantly more damage than the armor value of the target per attack. Huh. Well, it's 8 p.m. I've gone over my normal stream time, but I did start an hour late, so I'm glad we were able to get there. I didn't get to cruel difficulty because I got 30 minutes into the game and asked the question, how does this work after getting my ascension points? And the answer is it doesn't. So that was a pretty cool 6-hour session of the game. We got nowhere. That's pretty cool, man. All right, let's go find somebody to raid. Who's playing? We'll go hang out with my boy Riker. Let's go hang out with my boy Riker. Thank you very much for watching. I hope that this was informative. I hope you liked just staring at me collecting data. I hate it took so long for me to realize my blunder. And then the findings were catastrophic for a build. Other people have already found this, which is good. People were aware. Now we can be definitively aware. You never have to worry about it. And yeah, that's where we're at. GG. Sounds great. Having a good time. All right, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun krap, sawadi, guten Nacht, hasta mañana. Tomorrow, hear me out, we're going to get into Cruel. Thank you again so much for watching. I'll be putting out this video later on. If you missed it or if you just want to see the recap, just support it over on YouTube. That would help out a lot. I would appreciate you. But there we go. I hope that y'all have a great night. I'll see you all again. Bye-bye.